students with their group. Just two. I would love to have everybody, but okay. And one more? Anybody? Thank you. Board Member Brooks?
Uh, sure, thank you. I talked with my colleague, Miss Jennifer McDonald, and I almost started to make a joke about the last name, but I feel like it's too soon. I would let her breathe. Actually, I didn't let you breathe, but I'm sorry, bro. The we discussed how when Jen was in elementary school, she did not experience differences between who had what learning abilities. There really was no knowledge of that. But we also acknowledged that it was at a time where we didn't identify students' needs in the same way that we do now. And so I spoke to my elementary experience as someone who went to school in DeKalb County and went to school in New Jersey. I experienced tracking, where accelerated students were with accelerated students, and my learning experience was, very different than some of my peers, and there were consequences to not having blended learning experience. So we kind of acknowledge having a blended learning experience had its advantages in not stratifying and classifying students differently, but also being able to acknowledge what different students need at the same time is important as well, and so we can't have blind spots on that.
Thank you so much for sharing. And I don't know if you happen to see, but that tracking was actually part of started in the eugenics movement. So if you look at that first slide of the timeline, it began with eugenics. So speaks to your experience a little bit. And then Board Member Baldwin, right? Yes. Thank you for sharing. All right, we're halfway there. So now we're going to take a look at about the past 22 years or so, how things have changed, some important movements, right? So obviously we know about No Child Left Behind and testing, standardized testing, and Common Core state standards, and how we wanted to try to unify the United States in terms of the type of education that we provided for all of our students. And then, of course, we know about the cheating scandal, right? I mean, that's a very important time in our history. We need to make sure that we acknowledge that and how it kind of affected, it affected the trust with our stakeholders, right? We also know about between 2014 and 2020, particularly George Floyd, and how that time was a lot, right? There was a lot of people losing their lives by the system, right? What I also would like to highlight is the fact that in 2015, we were approved as a charter system, or a charter system application was approved. So that gave us a little bit more leeway in terms of what we could do as a school system. So these are all kind of things that work together, right? 2019, what a time. How about it? 2019, 2020, COVID-19 pandemic. We know that there were disparate outcomes, or should I say, folks were losing their lives at different rates because of the pandemic, and then our students were actually experiencing a lot of differences in their education, also because of the pandemic, not just ours, around the country and around the world. However, again, Atlanta Public Schools being who we are, we also founded the office of, in 2019, Board Policy BAC. That was you all. Fantastic work, right? Creating the equity policy that guides our work today. And then in 2021, the Center for Equity of Social Justice, Equity and Social Justice was formed. And then, interestingly enough, in response to everything, because there's cycles in all of this, there was legislation that was passed in recent years that is also affecting us. So in 2022, we know about Georgia House Bill 1084, which was the Divisive Concepts Bill, right? So kind of dictating what can and cannot be discussed in classrooms. And then also Georgia Senate Bill 226, which talks about challenges to literature that is in our students' libraries, right? So let's talk again. But this time I want y'all, just one person. How has that last 20 years influenced or impacted your current leadership actions? Is there one? Brave soul. Yes.
So I think back, being a kid, it seemed like all the teachers were predominantly female, but the principals were predominantly male. The coaches were male, even of girls' sports. And so I look at now, like at one point in time, we were an all-female for the first time in the history of the school system, an all-female board, right? So you look at just representation, opportunity, that the aperture is more wide open for people to be in leadership. And then what does that look like? And then what then would that look like to 6 and 7 and 8-year-old girls now? Versus like, I didn't want to be a teacher when I was a little kid. And then I was like, what else do women do? I knew they were lawyers, which is what I ended up doing, but I don't even know how I knew that, because that's not what we were talking about in school. So I think you just open the aperture like anything is possible, and then you give people the tools to then pursue those routes.
Thank you for sharing. So representation does matter. Yes, Board Member Walden?
So I'm still sitting with this, and I have a slightly different perspective,
Yes.
and I almost feel like the aperture has gotten smaller. In terms of, I guess, maybe backwards movement,
Okay.
in terms of acceptance, inclusiveness, across all subgroups, right? I feel that with the bills and just the movement that's happened over the last few years have tried to kind of pause, slow down the progress that has been made.
Thank you for sharing. Board Member Johnson gonna get me? Yes, okay. No, choose time. We do need to start with our panelists shortly, but if you can make it like super quick.
I think economic contraction has made education less relevant. I think about my own experience growing up. I'm like a poor immigrant kid, but I managed to access really good public education, good college, good law school, blah, 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 and jump several ladders of socioeconomic strata. I think that is much less possible now because of contracted access to institutions and power reifying itself.
Thank you so much. I would actually challenge y'all to take a look back at the timeline, and I think you'll see some cycles there. When we were talking about what Board Member Baldwin brought up in terms of, like I said, just cycles, right? So the opening and the closing of the aperture. I'll be quiet now because we have a whole panel that I would love. Yes, Board Member Brooks?
Yeah. As someone who spent the last 15 years in schools in the classrooms, and is still there today, it's very interesting that you brought up, we got board versus ed before we got civil rights acts, right? And I think now we've kind of seen education kind of be the tip of the spear of the lashback of political times that changed that weren't in the favor of many, unfortunately. And so I think now we're at a place where education is being weaponized often. Education, we're always in the fight now with dealing with privatization and existential, threats to funding and whatnot. And I think now's the time where, like, the politicization of education is heightened probably more than it has in the last 60 years.
Duly noted. Thank you for sharing. Okay, so I know we can continue to talk about this like for a long time. I mean, it's supposed to be food for thought. And we also have folks that have decided to come and spend some time with us and also talk some more about education. So we're going to transition to our panel. I don't see, I guess everyone else joined on Zoom. Ms. Dina, do we have everyone on Zoom? Okay. And Ativa, okay. We were supposed to have Angara too, I'm not sure. Oh, hi, come. I thought that was you. Hey, welcome. No, absolutely, please. We'll have you sit right here. You can have a mic. Okay. And I'm gonna grab some questions too. And Board Member Johnson, this was kind of your brainchild. Do you mind just kind of giving some background and some context to everyone?
Sure. So I asked a few individuals, some I have known for many, many years and respect in this space, to just come and talk from a historical context of their relationship with APS equity over time, what that has looked like in their respective fields. So we have Mr. Ken Davis, who was one of the first janitorial vendor contracts with APS, and talking from the historical lens there. We have Atiba from the Zeiss Foundation, and he's going to talk about the ways that the Zeiss Foundation has supported equity work in APS and beyond. And then my good friend Candace Stansel she's the mayor's chief equity officer, will be talking about what's happening in the city from the full city's perspective as we're leading into this conversation, and how we can be a part of the great work that is happening. And then we have, tell me your name again. Indira from Redefine Ed. So just wanted to bring external partners in to talk about what it has looked like, what they see now, and what they hope for the future for APS.
Awesome, thank you so much. And Angira, my apologies. I will mess up a name in a heartbeat, but I promise I'll get it right. Okay, so for our panelists, I'll start off with the first question. If you could, please provide an overview of your work and role and the specific ways that you've engaged with Atlanta Public Schools. And we'll go ahead and just kind of do a round robin, whoever cares to share first.
I'm happy to start if you all can hear me okay.
We can.
Wonderful. And I can't see the room, so just want to name if there's a possibility of showing us the room, that would be helpful, but understood if that's not possible. My name is Candace Stansel, she, her, hers. I serve as the Chief Equity Officer for the City of Atlanta. Thank you so much. It's my pleasure to be here, and I think I can go first because I'm new in my role. I've been in the role about 18 months, and we actually did a really big event with APS in October that we were super excited about. So I'll just say generally, I'll talk later, I think, about the 3 pillars of how the city thinks about our equity work. Obviously a really interesting time as we approach January 20th. And so we will think about what that means as equity gets a particularly significant spotlight, even with just some of the messaging over the last 48 hours about policy coming down related to this work. But in terms of our partnership with APS, I would say thank you to the team for partnering with us on International Day of the Girl. It is work that we think is important because it is global. Talking about the importance of human rights as a part of equity work really expands the conversation. And so we want to make sure that folks see themselves within equity work across a number of different dimensions. And so that's been our partnership with APS to start. Obviously, long-term experiences with a lot of the board members sitting in that room. You all have been in spaces with us when we've done work around higher education experiences with our students, how we're thinking about policy as related to Atlanta Year of the Youth. So many ways that it's showing up, but I would just say intentionally, what the city is most thinking about is how do we influence the policy landscape around federal and state legislation that will impact the work of equity, diversity, and inclusion.
Wonderful, thank you. Anyone else?
Next. Hi everyone, I'm Angira Susi. I'm the executive director of Redefine Ed, and also very new. I've been in the role for 1 month. So the ways that Redefine Ed has partnered with APS have been across the years through many different things. I'd say the thing that I'm probably proudest of most recently has been we were one of the founding funders to help launch the equity office in APS. We felt really strongly about the importance of what an equity office could bring to the district, in everything from really doing like a real audit of what APS does really well and what you guys want to shift from like a processes and system structures approach, and also just putting a spotlight on what this all means for student outcomes. The other thing that we've done on our own has been building out a school data project, which really looks at how students are doing across all the different types of subgroups, where it allows, it's been made to be parent and user friendly, so parents can really see how kids are doing in their schools. It doesn't let you compare schools or anything, because that's not the goal of it. The goal of it is to really say, what's happening at my school? How is my child learning there? And what do the gaps look like? How does that compare to the state? So kind of seeing all of it. And what's really been amazing about that is we like to think of things as like black and white. This school is good, this school is bad. And that's not at all what the story is. When you look at all those data pieces, you're going to see bright spots in every single school and opportunities for growth in every single school. And so we've been really excited. We've shared some of that data with the equity office, so just excited to work together on that.
Mr. Jenkins, you go next.
I'm the old guy in the bunch. About 33 years ago, thanks to you, the Board of Education for Atlanta Public Schools, you created a path for many in the country to follow. You decided to leave in-house facility operations and go to contracting. You then employed the Marriott Company, who was new in that business. Bill Marriott started with Hobart Williams Smith, a company that had the contract for Hobart Williams Smith in upstate New York, similar to Morehouse and Spelman, okay? And Marriott bought that company. His ambition was to use the revenue to become the largest hotel owner in the United States. Atlanta Public Schools was his first K through 12 contract. He came in, for you that don't know, he's Mormon. He came in with his Mormon staff, and none of them looked like the students in APS. So they ended up hiring John Jenkins, who's now in heaven, and myself, and we put together a crew and began to change from in-house operations to a contract operation. We retrained the entire staff. To the board's credit, you recognized the inefficiencies and bad behavior that was going on. We fixed all of that, did not have any picket lines in negotiating with the unions, and had a smooth transition. Some of those guys that we trained have millionaire businesses in this city today. 8 years later, Bill Marriott thought he achieved his objective and sold the facility business to a French company called Sodexo for $2.6 billion, as B as in boy, dollars. There was one problem with that story. He forgot to give Ken Davis a check. So we started Good Success Company. Our first contract was 25 years ago, was with Grady Health System. Our second contract was with Atlanta Public Schools. So thank you again. I'm impressed with the illumination provided by Dr. Wyndham and what you continue to do. I urge you to do not underestimate the impact that you have nationally. How we grew to $2.6 billion sale because of the template that we learned in this place. And we followed that template all over the country, which is still in place. Now I urge you to continue to adjust and attack that cuss word to us small businessmen and women called bundling. Bundling is our nemesis. And because of bundling, many of us no longer have business with Atlanta Public Schools. I can answer more later.
Thank you. Okay, and last but not least,
Are you passing the ball to me?
I'm passing the ball to you. I just don't want to mess your name up. I'm not gonna lie.
That's okay.
Thank you.
Greetings from Nashville. Atiba and B1 here, representing the nonprofit community partner. And I first have to apologize because I went to see Leon Bridges' concert last night and stayed out way too late. But I'm ready to share with you all my perspective as a community partner. First, as an APS parent and grandparent. Secondly, as a APS volunteer, as a coach. I'm a cycling coach with the bike club at Maynard Jackson High School. But today, really, I'm wearing my hat as the executive director of the Zeiss Foundation, a family foundation based in Atlanta, but we fund nonprofits that serve children and youth across the state of Georgia in the areas of human services, like Communities and Schools of Atlanta, education, like Achieve Atlanta, in the arts, like the Atlanta Music Project, and in health, school-based health centers. And it was 30 years ago that the Zeiss Foundation started the first school-based health center in Georgia in the Edgewood neighborhood at Whitefield Elementary School. And 25 years ago, it started the first school-based health center in middle school at Cohen Middle School in the Edgewood neighborhood. And so over the past 30 years, we've continued to support school-based health centers across the state of Georgia. There are over 120 rural areas, suburban and urban areas that we support. But in APS, over 30 years, we've only got about 7 school-based health centers. And so I am here to encourage the board to work with the superintendent and principals to figure out how can we expand school-based health centers in the Atlanta Public Schools. And I am serving on the team with my soul sister, Angira, dealing with the Douglas cluster. And so hopefully we'll be able to start some school-based health centers there in the coming years, and I'll work with APS. Thank you very much for inviting me.
Thank you so much. All right, so our first real question, are y'all ready? Can you please give us a historical context of equity efforts in the city of Atlanta and APS? I think you all have alluded to them a little bit, but let's dive a little deeper. Mr. Davis hopped right on. Okay, go ahead.
Oh yeah, you in my circle now. One of the things that we created when we reorganized APS was what we called 8 areas. So, as time has progressed, sometimes they're now called districts. What was happening was you had schools that were literally 75 miles away from the facility's headquarters. Person would go with their truck, get there about 11 o'clock, stop and have lunch, start working on whatever was broken, air conditioning system, for example, then have to go in and go get the parts. They'd have to drive 75 miles back, get the parts. Now it's 3 o'clock, they get off at 4 o'clock. They're gonna have to wait until tomorrow to go back and repair the air conditioning. That led to us creating 8 areas and having an office in each area so you wouldn't have to drive 75 miles to go get the condenser or the capacitor or the paint. We also divided facilities into separate departments. And then we provided training. All of that worked so well because of the engagement of the Board of Education. Without the engagement of the board, the contractor would do some of the things that have more recently happened, which is bundling. And when the contractor is now in charge of all the subcontracts, most of the time they take 30% off the top, leave the rest for the subcontractors to do, which is a challenge to meet the requirements of the contract. So the people are underpaid, the parts are not high quality, and because the requirements are now not 2 or 3 schools, but you have to take a whole district, there are not many small businesses that can handle 6 to 10 elementary schools, 2 to 3 middle schools, and 2 to 3 high schools. The startup cost alone is more than they probably make in a year. Not everybody's not where we are now, but it took us 25 years to get where we are now. We have over 200 people, we in multi-states. But how many people are willing to do what we have done and still risk and invest the kind of money that it would take to handle an entire district? We did not do that. We did not design the system for that. And the police of the contract awards continue to be the Board of Education. Without Dr. Johnson, without your leadership and the board, the contractor is not motivated to bring small businesses into the fold and give them 2 to 3 schools, 4 to 5 schools. I could go on, but somebody told me my time is up.
We have more questions, I promise. Okay, who wants to go next? I'll let y'all just jump in. Candace?
I was actually handing it to Atiba, but I think what comes up for me is really what I've seen as of most critical nature. I reviewed all of y'all's publications when I came into this role, is that the decision making and the orientation toward equity has been priority. And so it has allowed us to come in, and I think this is new, and I'm super excited about this new group of people coming together for this retreat, working with APS, is there's an opportunity for us to say, where does this align? Because I think what's going to be most important about holding equity work in all spaces, but explicitly in the education space, is going to be where we create these kind of networks and communities. So we have a statewide DEI collab of all the state officials, local state officials who do equity work in government. And we meet once a month and we talk about what are you seeing in your, area of the world, whether that's Savannah, Macon, College Park, et cetera. And then we also have a southeast group of equity professionals from Texas to Florida up to the Carolinas. And I think the question that we're hearing is it's all intersecting. A lot of it is being dictated by what legislation we've already seen around education. And so I think that's one of the things that could be really helpful and interesting for us to consider thinking about in Atlanta. And I'll pause there and turn it over to Atiba, who I think has much more longevity in that conversation.
Thank you.
Yeah, actually, I would take the ball from Candace and say that one of the major challenges that the mayor administration has focused on is this healthcare issue and the closing of a hospital in both downtown area, Wellstar did, Atlanta Medical Center, and down in East Point. And again, it just proves to the challenge of equity, because at the same time, you got a hospital like Piedmont on the north side that just got major renovation, and then opening of Children's Healthcare of Atlanta on the north side. And so again, I think Atlanta Public Schools has been dealing with this north-south divide forever. And we don't have the resources to build new hospitals, but I think from a school system way, we can try to help with school-based health centers. And so again, that really is our foundation's point of expertise in helping to get those started. But I also wanted to say, we also in our health category support food organizations, from the food banks to Georgia Organics and their farm to school programs, Urban Recipe, which does school-based co-ops, and Wholesome Wade, which matches SNAP benefits for people to get fresh food at farmers markets. And so again, I just want to say that as a foundation, as a family foundation focused on children and youth, we want to partner with APS in ways that the city of Atlanta, Atlanta Public Schools, and these nonprofit organizations can be that synergy that leads to better life outside of school and better experiences in school for the students, the teachers, and their families. So we think that that's what the equity challenge needs to address, because we all know health comes first. You can't do anything unless you're healthy. We believe that's a priority we need to focus on.
Maybe a quick note on Atiba's note around like where there's partnership specifically with something the city's interested in. I think the health piece is one. I think the other one that we've been talking to you all about is climate justice. And folks know we're going to see a rollback from a federal perspective on what climate protections look like, particularly as we have conversations around deregulation. And I think that youth have given us some of the best ideas around what they want to see from a climate justice perspective. We have a grant right now that's available for young people who have ideas. So I think that might be one uniquely additional piece in it that's kind of central to this conversation around health is what do we think about from an environmental justice perspective and how young people get involved, get the training, have the jobs for that kind of work as we see that is going to be a significant need moving forward.
Awesome, thank you.
Yeah, and I think I'll just add, one, appreciate everything that all the other panelists here have said. When I think about equity in schools, I think at the core for Redefine Ed, it's always been about student outcomes and this idea that we want every child in the city to be able to attend a great public school, meaning that the schools that you see in South Atlanta, talking about that north-south divide, should have the same outcomes that we're seeing in North Atlanta. And if that's not true, what should we collectively be doing? And that collective stuff will be both things within the school district that we need to be doing, but also to Atiba's point, what are the things that we need to be doing beyond the school district that supports families and communities so that schools and students have what they need to truly thrive? And so that's kind of the lens we've been taking with it and how we think about this work.
Oh, I'm not gonna get you in trouble.
No, I'm not.
Real quick.
I want to emphasize that when you allow small businesses in the community to have business with APS, you're affecting the children because you're affecting their parents. All of the people that are employed come from this community. You made me remember that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so our next question, and I'm really curious to see what y'all's perspective is on this. What is the current state of equity in APS in Atlanta Public Schools from your respective lenses? The current state of equity in Atlanta Public Schools from your perspective.
Since no one will take it. Bundling, if you remember nothing else that I said, please remember that bundling is the enemy for small business. The current state operates with the bundling mentality. Therefore, there is no equity for small business. I could say more, but I think that's enough.
Okay, thank you so much.
I'm
If I-
happy to go.
Oh, you go first.
Okay, and I have a hard stop in about 5-6 minutes, so this will probably be my last opportunity to jump in. But
Awesome.
I think one of the things that I'm holding as I watch, again, the federal and state landscape around these conversations is APS can't feel like they're the only solve for inequity for students, right? Those of us who are in government spaces, those of us who run not-for-profits, those of us who are in the venture philanthropy space, which is a huge and growing area that can look at issues a little differently sometimes than traditional nonprofits, has to ask itself, what are the wraparounds that we are responsible for now? And I think that is the question that I come to the table with around what is APS? How does it look from an equity perspective? You all are trying to solve lots of learning opportunities inside of classrooms. You're trying to prepare teachers. You're trying to work on salaries, making sure we have the best population to create a pipeline of folks to work in schools. And all of those things are critical. But those of us who are on the outside have to be thinking about what are the fillers that we put in. And I think the questions that we have to ask ourselves are, what are we uniquely positioned to do? And I think that particularly as we see education shift, not just in APS, but just generally, what it will be is, what are the things that communities put in place around young people that continue to hold the guard? Because the school system is one place where you all get them for a very minimal amount of time in the grand scheme of their lives, their day-to-day lives. And so we want to make sure that we are the partners you need to support what you're building. And so I think we want to take direction from you. We want to be listening to what you're seeing, but I think you want to be asking us and demanding of us that we provide the things we're supposed to provide that will support what you all are doing for young people. So that's where I would sit on, like, the state is inside for y'all is good, and then for us, what should we be responsible for?
Thank you so much for that perspective. And in case, I know you do have to jump, but thank you again for joining us and for your insights. We truly appreciate you.
Yeah, when I think about APS and equity, I think that there is both, there's like the good, the bad, the ugly, and all the in between, right? Like, I think one of the things that I've really appreciated about APS, the school board, is the work that y'all have done to very intentionally center inequity and to create the equity policy and all of the things that I think really shine a spotlight and a flashlight on what is happening in the district. And then when we do shine that spotlight, I think what we will see is the gaps between our most vulnerable populations is still just too high. APS is not unusual in this. This is true all around the country, but APS can be the leader in this. So like that hope I have is like, what is APS going to do? Because we now have that spotlight and that flashlight on what's happening to do something different for our kids. The worry that I have is the national conversation on equity is probably going to get difficult over the next few years. And so what does that mean in trying to really serve the needs of our kids? And so I'll always just come back to, if we think about students and the student outcomes first, I feel like we'll probably be in the right place.
Thank you. Atiba, you ready?
Yeah, I would just say, again, I know that some of the board members are relatively new and weren't there, but several years ago, Atlanta Public Schools made a commitment to support the growth of school-based health centers in DeKalb County schools as a result of the acquisition of Emory University in that community into the district. And those 6 schools that APS is committing to supporting in DeKalb County would be almost as many school-based health centers that currently exist in APS. And so, to me, this issue of equity is front and center for Atlanta Public Schools, because we should be leading the state in terms of our number of school-based health centers in the district. And to me, the thing that I've learned over the past decade, because I had 20/20 vision until 10 years ago, is vision. And again, I did not realize how many school-age kids in Atlanta Public Schools do not have glasses when they need them. And this is one of the priorities for Learn for Life. Again, one of those nonprofits we support, led by your board member, Ken Zeff. But to me, if the board could commit with the staff to make sure every student in APS who needs glasses gets them over the next 3 to 4 years, that's the kind of equity campaign that could really level the playing field and help students achieve and just be more confident in themselves.
Thank you for sharing. All right, so our last question. You don't even know what the question is. Our last question. You do know what the question is. I gave you the questions. Okay, so what is the hope for the future then?
Thank you, Dr. Wendell. My hope is that all of the board members, with the leadership of Dr. Johnson, will follow Jessica Johnson's passion for those of us that are second tier, not directly like the first tier teachers and people that work directly with the students. And that the board will realize that between you and the Hartsfield-Jackson Airport, Atlanta Public Schools is the center of leadership, not for Atlanta, not even for Georgia, but for the United States. I'm not yanking your chain. I'm telling you what I have lived in the past 40 years. Things that are done here are echoed not only in K through 12. Things that we started here, we instituted at Yale, at Syracuse, Howard University, Dillard University, all that were learned and perfected here. You continue to be a leader in our community. I hope that Good Success Company will have an opportunity to continue to partner with you and provide services, provide jobs in this community, and to provide leadership throughout our state with you. Thank you for your service. Because of time, I had all the board members' names written down, but because of time, just know that we appreciate what you do, and we support you any way we can. During these next 4 years will be extremely challenging for you. You are not invisible to us. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll jump in because I have like 2 minutes, so thank you. I'm so glad that worked out. One, I want to appreciate the person just speaking because I think contracting is critical. I think that much of equity work is about redirecting resources that have historically not been managed well. So I think that is important. But I want to name that the hope for me is that we do the work with joy and justice. I want to thank Jessica for the invitation to join today. One of the things I tell people about equity work is sometimes we get into the drudgery. It's hard. It's so much. But y'all, so much good comes from us putting our time into trying to make the world work for everyone. And so I would just encourage y'all to stay inspired and be in the joy and the justice of the work. And then I have lots of other things I'd love to see, but the one I'll say, because I get to be in front of you all and I'm grateful for the privilege, is how do we think about more deep intergenerational learning inside of our school systems? I think one of the things that we understand about students having an opportunity to be with folks that may be different and distant in how they understand the world has really unique opportunities. We've been doing a ton of work of bringing LGBTQ youth into community with LGBTQ seniors, and it has been fascinating. And so how might we, if that is something that is of interest to the APS community in a deep way, we'd love to think about how that shifts for young people in lots of ways so they have access to more intergenerational learning opportunities. Thank you all for the opportunity to be here. Such a pleasure.
Thanks again. Atiba?
Yeah, my hope is that we do not return to the pandemic conditions, but we take the practices and policies that we adapted during that time period to work together to support students, teachers, and families, because their success can only happen when we have this community partnership with the district and all the for-profit and nonprofit organizations who operate within the city of Atlanta. And so again, my hope is that that spirit of collaboration that took place 4 years ago, we can take it forward over the next 4 years.
Thank you so much.
I would echo what Atiba said. I think both that spirit of collaboration, I think, will be very, very important. And I think continuing to ask the hard questions and being transparent about what you see will also be equally important, because that is the way that we will continue to collectively get better. And that is how you ask the hard questions, you're transparent about it, and then all of us as partners can support the work that you're trying to do.
Duly noted. All right, so if we could, I guess give everyone a round of applause. Thank you so much for your participation. We appreciate you so much. And actually, we have something for you. For those who are on Zoom, we'll have to get some, shipping information so we can send something your way for participating with us. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Awesome. So we are going to segue into part 2, which is our equity in action, but I would love to give y'all about a minute or two to use the restroom, refresh real quick, because we're going to, 1 minute. Yeah. Yeah. So.
Thank you for doing that.
Hard stop, yes. Yep.
Absolutely, thank you.
Yes,
Appreciate
sir.
your perspective and context and all of that.
Yes, sir.
Is that 1 minute?
Hopefully, this is the beginning.
It was so nice to meet you.
Same here. Do you have a card or something?
No, because I've been in my role a month, but do you have one?
I may have one.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, definitely.
some work in just a second. We got maybe about 15 more minutes of talking about the work of equity, and then you all are gonna put in some work. So hopefully you're ready. Your 10-minute break, you already took that, so there's that. Okay, so first we're gonna talk about, now I know, never again. Okay, so we're gonna talk about how we have implemented, or how the Office of Equity and Social Justice has implemented equity historically, right? So now we're looking to the future, but we're just gonna give a brief overview of what we have done and some of the tools that we have in place. And so some of the tools that we have to measure equity include our supplier diversity, our B2G platform, which I know that you all are all well-versed. Mr. Bailey does a good job of trying to help our minority contractors, or MBWE, is that how I do it, Brent? MBWE contractors do business with the district. We also have AMP-UP APS, which is a survey that is administered to students across the district, in addition to school-based staff. And then we have the Otis Equity Index, which is a prototype for a dashboard that could have that actually does have meaningful data that we're gonna share right now. So I'm gonna start with AMP-UP APS, and my colleague Carolyn will walk us through that.
Sure. So we're actually in the middle of survey administration right now. You may know that already. So this is the third year that we've administered this equity survey. It is open to students in grades 4 through 12 and all school-based staff. And the topics that we survey are listed on the slide. So for students, we ask them questions related to APS's profile of a graduate indicators, as well as sense of belonging indicators, cultural awareness and action, and diversity and inclusion. And then for staff, we also ask them about cultural awareness and action, as well as their perception on equity-related professional learning opportunities, and as well as their ability to access resources to educate all students. So as a result of this survey, we've been able to directly partner with schools to help them understand and work through their data and actually produce action plans to engage in processes and basically action items relative to particular growth areas in their survey results that they've seen. And these are just a few schools that have actually been really involved in working with us to develop those action plans. We've also presented past year results to the Student Advisory Council, as well as senior cabinet, principals, associate superintendents, previously, now cluster superintendents. Yeah, that's AMP-UP. I'll pass it over to Brent Bailey.
All right, good afternoon. So we have the Business to Government Now, business diversity software that helps us to track our online vendor registration. A spend analysis report that tracks district spending among MWBE firms, among daily purchase orders, and our contract compliance module, which helps us to track minority and women-owned business enterprises, the subcontractors on our construction projects. So this is we've just implemented our spend analysis module in B2G. And so we ran a report from July to October. We spent over 87 million, 9%, this lets us know we have a lot of work to do. Went to minority-owned businesses, but among that 87 million, 8 million was spent with our minority and women-owned businesses. 52% was spent with our minority business enterprises. So I want to just highlight that. But this lets us know that we have a lot of work to do.
Are we allowed to ask questions?
Yeah.
Or we just kind of sit and get?
Yeah, they can ask questions. Did y'all have any questions? Keep going.
Gotcha.
Karina. Thank you. So I am happy happy to talk to you all about Otis, which is our prototype for essentially measuring equity in the district, which is a tall task, of course, as we know. And it is a prototype, and it requires us to collect data from all over the district and produce metrics that attempt to measure equity kind of in a broad sense, both at the school level and at the district level. This was first developed back in summer 2023, so you may remember elements of this in the first draft that went out. It has since, there have since been changes and updates and improvements to the dashboard, and it is a dashboard on Tableau. And the data is very closely aligned to our 11 equity commitments, which are outlined in the strategic plan from 2020 to 2025. And it's in progress. You know, we're trying to understand where this data could be used in existing data conversations and decision-making processes, and we are identifying basically the end users for this dashboard and the potential different end users that it could be directed towards. So Otis is actually an acronym which represents the framework through which this dashboard was conceptualized. So O stands for opportunity, and these are really our neighborhood and community characteristics that impact student success, which, you know, as we've been talking about, there are those measures that, there are data points that we can collect relative to health equity, environmental justice, among many other dimensions. And you know, there are opportunity indexes like this that already exist. There's the Metro Atlanta Regional Equity Atlas, I think that's what it's called. Yeah. Or no, Racial Equity Atlas, sorry. And as you can see on the slide, that part of it has not been fully realized yet. So T stands for tangible, and those are things that are directly impacting student success, at least that we've identified as sort of those direct impacts. So access to advanced coursework, teachers and leaders, effective teachers and leaders, quality programs and materials, things like that. Intangible is sort of those indirect impacts, so finances, discipline, things like that. And so the T and the I are really the bulk of the dashboard right now, and they, as I said, directly line up with the 11 equity commitments outlined in the strategic plan. The system component of the dashboard was originally intended to be sort of a district level, so kind of central office view of equity. And again, that part of it has also not been fully realized yet. So for right now, we're just working with the tangible and intangible indexes. So I'm gonna do my best to walk you through a little tutorial from the dashboard. Let's see how well this goes. Okay, that might be as big as we can get it. Wait, oh, nope. Aha, okay. So this is just a preview of the dashboard. The first kind of page that you'll see with data on it is this equity report card. So this is at the school level. We have sort of assigned a composite score for each equity commitment based on how the school measures up relative to the district average for that school group, so elementary, middle, and high. And so as you can see, we've got all of our equity commitments on here. Access to high quality programs and materials, advanced coursework, leaders and teachers, among many others. So for the sake of time, I'm just going to zoom in on one of them, which is our addressing disproportionate discipline practices, which is part of our intangible index. So if you go to the intangible index, you'll see all the different metrics that go into these commitments. These are the ones specifically for discipline. And I just want to note really quick, so this dashboard does not currently report on the traditional kind of student outcomes that we would think about and that we've been talking about today. So test scores, things like test scores, graduation rates, things like that. When this dashboard was conceptualized, it was really focused on those inputs that have been shown to impact those student outcomes. But again, this is a prototype, and there's room for expansion or narrowing in on certain areas that we may want to focus on. So just wanted to clear that up in case you're wondering, like, where's graduation? So one interesting view from this dashboard is actually this map view. So we can see which schools are above and below the district average for that specific equity commitment. So I'm just going to go to discipline. And I'll note that some of these maps are very stark in terms of the disparity, the regional disparity, as we might expect for North and South. Some things are not what you would expect. For this discipline one, it's kind of got an interesting pattern with the schools kind of closest to the center of town, scoring below the average. So one thing that this view does not really get into is you can't really tell which of these metrics is contributing most to the disparity. So we've actually added this other view where you can look at each metric individually. So I will show you what is called a suspension composite index, and this is a metric that we've developed based on research that essentially tells us for non-white students how often they are suspended relative to their proportion in the population. All of these sort of blank dots are elementary schools because we don't have enough data to show those schools. So I'm just going to zoom in on, say, middle school. And so we can see this ratio. Anything over 1 would indicate some level of disproportionality for non-white students. In a completely equitable system, we would see a value of 1 for all schools. So that's just a quick overview. There's a lot more, but yeah. There's a lot we could look at, but I'll, for the sake of time, just stop there.
So I do want to pause because that was a lot, right? Like, we measure equity in a lot of different ways, and right. So I'm going to pause for questions with the caveat that we are still going to be on a time constraint. Okay. Yeah, we're using that 10-minute break for sure. This is a prototype, so this is not public facing yet. Again.
We have to have everything recorded. Based on your expertise, experience, subject matter, comfort, what's your take on this? Like, how happy are you with the data, how it's sorted, what you're able to learn?
Well, it's a prototype for a reason, right? One of the things that we're trying to do is to make sure that we can identify the end user, because the end user helps to dictate what a dashboard does, right? So right now it's very general, and we have a lot of generalities that I'll let Carolyn explain a little bit more. But part of the reason we're bringing this to you is because we would like some input in terms of what the end user could be. I have some thoughts, we have some thoughts, and we definitely welcome the input.
Yes, I would add, I think one of the, not issues, but just learning opportunities. While the dashboard was developed kind of with an interdisciplinary group of folks, and it wasn't necessarily developed with the end user in mind. So where and when and who is going to be looking at this dashboard to make decisions. And obviously we're trying to tackle a lot of different components, 11 separate equity commitments. So for that reason, it had to be sort of high level. So I think there are tons of opportunities to dig deeper into subgroups and depending on what we want to focus on. But we're really, I think it's a good place to start at least.
Yeah, so just for me clarifying, understanding that it's a prototype, are there ways that this data is being used now, I guess? And I heard you say a lot is not fully realized, and I received that, but just curious that this is powerful information to be able to take a look at. How are we using it currently internally to support decision-making, allocation of resources, or what is the hope for the work going forward?
That is the hope for the work going forward, is that we will be able to use it for decision making. Right now, again, it's a prototype, and so we have referred to it, but we're not, because it's not as specific as we want it to be, again, for that end user, we have not officially used it in our data.
Yeah, so I'd speak to the down and dirty of it. The dashboard's tremendous, but we know that 93.5% of our suspensions are black students, and that about 65% of those are males, right? And so we know in a less pretty format what our suspension rates are at each school. We know what our number one offense is, which is insubordination. Like, we know all those things. And those are conversations that have happened with school leaders and will continue to happen with school leaders as they understand, you know what I mean? And I showed this the night, Booker T. Washington, some of the challenges we're doing to ourselves, right? So we're taking our students that have the most significant gaps to close, and then they are the same students that, you know, many times we're suspending the most or have the most discipline infractions or whatever, and then we look at our, you know, attendance rates, chronic absenteeism, et cetera, and, you know, some of what we do to ourselves. So I think the beauty of this is to have it in a dashboard that's easily accessible, et cetera, but as far as the information informing the work,
Yes.
like, that's already going.
Exactly. So I guess we should have led with that, right? This is data that we are compiling from the district. So it's not like stuff that we don't already know. It's just to make it more user-friendly and in one centrally located place, so we don't have to pull it from in different areas. Does that make sense? Yes.
Yeah, I have just a few questions, and I don't believe they're questions that I'm going to be able to get the answer now.
Okay.
So I'm going to ask for follow-up on them.
Sure.
But I'm curious as to what is the cost
Yes.
for us to create some of the dashboards. My other question is how many prototypical apps do we have out there? Apps that are in development, maybe not public facing, maybe not used throughout CLL, but are just kind of being worked out. And I'd be curious as to what are the intentions for some of these apps, as well as what is our threshold for deciding that should we fund an app or something prototypically? Like, do we go into that, and like, is there a parameter, like a thought process on like who is going to be our end user? Why are we creating this? Why are we investing human capital, time, financial capital into these things if we don't necessarily know exactly who it's for or what it's for? I look forward to follow up on that.
Sure.
I don't expect a response right now.
Question number 2, yeah, I can't, but I can say that there is some research going on about that. I know for our division, we've looked at what money we're spending and why, and is it actually the best use of resources for student outcomes at the end of the day. This is free. It's Tableau, so it's something that we have, and it was developed in-house, and so Carolyn is actually an SDP.
Yeah.
I won't speak
No,
for you.
I mean, but your time is not free.
Correct.
time is
no,
not free.
100%.
Yeah.
100%. But what I can say is that Carolyn is an SDP fellow, and so it's the nature of her work with us at Atlanta Public Schools. So, yeah. Yes.
Just to build on Shivy's comment, the question about the audience is super relevant, because it takes you to a different, to Dr. Johnson, we don't want to admire the problem, right? We want to be able to have information that can help drive direct decision making.
Yes.
And so as soon as we can get to who that audience is, question, for example, like seeing things as an index instead of a raw number, indexes are kind of hard to process sometimes. Versus, you know, like Dr. Johnson said, 65%. Okay, I can pictureize that. 93%. I can, so
Yes.
I just encourage you to figure out, even if it has to be a smaller scope. This seems super helpful for researchers again, but who's the audience here?
Exactly.
And how's it going to how's it going to help them drive?
And hopefully Carolyn's presentation coming up in March will help us to. So yes, 100%. We are on one accord. Any other questions about anything that we just presented for measuring equity? Very valuable insights. Thank you so much, and we will follow up. Board Member Brooks. Thank you. Say again? The whole team? Oh, absolutely. Yes. For the board. Yes, absolutely. And so last but not least, we have talked about our input-driven tools that the Office of Equity has developed. But we also have one more, which is our Equity Decision-Making Suite. I know that you all are familiar with this because I can't tell you how many board meetings I've sat in on and y'all like, we need an EIA on that. And I'm like, yes, and we do need some equity decision-making tools to help assist with those. So I'll kind of talk about those briefly, and it'll be very brief for the sake of time so we can continue to our work session. So there are actually 3 different types of what we call our alphabet, our decision-making suites. There's the Equity Impact Assessment, which is a formalized 6-phase process to support teams in developing implementation and accountability plans through an equity lens. It's very drawn out. It takes a lot of research, but it's super important. So like our nutrition department actually went through an equity impact assessment, right? So that was a big deal, and I think we did a lot right because of that. So it takes a minimum of 6 weeks, but can go up to 3 months because of the amount of research and stakeholder engagement that is necessary to help inform those decisions. And again, it's to help not only make the decision, but to develop the implementation and accountability plan. So it's a full plan, essentially. So the Equitable Decision-Making Tool, or EDMT, is actually a very mini version of that. You can use that in offices, like for just small decisions. For example, we used it for band member, or assistant band director stipends. They were thinking about increasing the stipends because they felt it was an equity issue that they weren't receiving X amount of dollars, and so we actually took them through the process, 2 to 3 hours. Same foundation as an EIA, it was just a very smaller process, right? And so they were able to come to the decision with data, with stakeholder engagement to inform their decision. And then last but not least, we have benefits and burdens analysis, which is, again, a similar framework as the previous 2. It's just a much shorter time frame because it's a predetermined course of action. We want to do this, should we or shouldn't we, right? And so shorter timeline, there is more limited stakeholder engagement because it's just the folks that are going to be directly impacted at the end, if that makes sense, okay? So I was going to do like a little activity for this, but I think we're okay if we don't. If you have any more questions about that, please let me know, and then I can make sure to circle back about the equity decision-making tools. You were going to get a 10-minute break, but you already took a 10-minute break. Yes. From the 1-minute break to the 10-minute break. So I actually am going to start talking about our equity audit synthesis. So I'm not sure if you're aware, but we've actually had 4 different equity audits that have taken place between 2014 and now. So these have been commissioned by different offices. But at the end of the day, they are for the sake of determining what equity looks like in Atlanta Public Schools. So Georgia State University did the first in 2014. The Leadership Academy conducted theirs in 2021, and theirs was actually qualitative, which was fascinating. Education Resource Strategy in 2022, and the New Teacher Project in 2023. Now, they all kind of had different perspectives or different foci, depending on what it was. Georgia State University kind of took a quantitative approach about the district at large. The Leadership Academy really wanted to focus in on what we could do, particularly for the Office of Equity and Social Justice, and like what tangible things we can do with that information. And like I said, they did a lot of stakeholder engagement, so they talked to students, they talked to teachers, they talked to everybody. It was great, actually. And then ERS, and then they were, again, it was another, they used the 10 dimensions, again, quantitative, and also very useful information there. The New Teacher Project was fascinating because it actually focused on advanced coursework in the district, not advanced placement, but advanced coursework in the district, and that was commissioned by the Office of Academics because I wanted to see exactly what we can do to do better with advanced coursework, right? So over all 4 of those, over, 2014 and 10 years, there were 5 themes that were very consistent across the board, right? So we knew that advanced coursework was an issue. Discipline is an issue. The equitable distribution of highly effective teachers and leaders, our resource allocation and partnerships, and our school climate and learning environment. Those are all issues, equity issues that proliferate throughout the years, despite our work, because we have done work since then, right? So when we're talking about school climate specifically, there were 3 themes that kind of emerged from that, I want to say it was the Leadership Academy, that qualitative piece. And they said relationships between students and adults was an issue. High expectations across the board was an issue, or should I say low expectations for students was an issue. And then stakeholders' voice in decision-making is also an issue. And when we're talking about stakeholders, we're talking about the people that it's affecting. We're not doing that effectively. Across the board, kids, families, like stakeholders across the board. And I actually have a quote from from the Leadership Academy that'll help to illuminate just a little bit more what we're talking about. So, to his credit, Dr. Johnson in his, what day are we on? You threw in the towel, you stopped counting. But, right, we in there somewhere, right? We're approaching 100 days. I don't know either, 70 something? School days, yeah. He got us. Something in there. But to his credit, he also wanted to gather some qualitative data with his community chats. And y'all have been at the community chats. I've seen you there. We all tie eyeballs. Yes, I'm aware, right? I know. I said we collectively. Right, I know. And that's not for lack of trying, right? Right. However, what's fascinating is that in these same chats, the themes are consistent, right? So community members have talked about transparency and systemic improvement, which aligns with a couple of the different ones here, right? So advanced coursework, distribution, resource allocation. And then, of course, resource allocation is one in and of itself. And then also enhancing academic supports. So again, y'all, we know what the issues are. It's not a surprise. We're not confused, right? The data is there consistently. And so the question is, why? If we're doing all this work, what is it that we're missing to really move the needle on these issues? And we're gonna dig into that a little bit more. But before we do, I want y'all to talk to each other, okay? For the first question, do you agree with the themes that were identified in the audits? And if so, what have you seen to corroborate those issues? Let's talk about it. Okay, it sounds like we might be ready to share out. Board Member Briscoe Brown, did you want to share?
Yeah, these shouldn't be a surprise to anybody. The only surprise is that, I mean, I've been involved in APS for almost 40 years now, and these are the same things.
They're the same.
The frustration is, what can we do that will work?
Yes.
Because it's not that boards before ours and superintendents before ours and administrators before ours haven't tried.
Agreed.
Clearly, whatever it is they've done hasn't gotten us to where we want to be. And there's been some movement in
Yes.
some of these areas. I don't want to sound like we've sat in one place for 40 years.
Yes.
There has been some movement in some of these, and there's been some forward and backward
Yes.
in some of these areas. But I think the question is, how do we figure out what we need to do to address these once and for all? And then do it.
And then do it.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
And I don't know, you know, sometimes I'm not trained as an educator, and sometimes it feels to me like we just kind of go with the flavor of the month. And I've seen a lot of flavors of the month come and go. And yeah, you too.
Yes.
And I don't know what we do, but I'm kind of tired of the flavor of the month.
I am. I just, give me some vanilla or something, let's stick with it, right? Like,
Chocolate.
Chocolate?
Chocolate.
Okay, I'm not mad at the chocolate. Okay, yes. Board Member Brooks, I see you. Did you have this one?
Yeah, I agree. I think when I look at these issues and I look at some of the frustrations I feel as someone in the classroom, many of the issues that we're dealing with are a matter of the inputs that are choices and decisions, priorities or lack thereof, and the results of them. When you have a district that you have some high schools with 2 AP classes and other high schools with 27, those are the areas where we can do something about that. And for me, the frustration is the naming it but not moving on it. So, you know, when we talked about creating the opportunity for hybrid access to AP courses, those are the types of things that it's not a complete fix, right? I won't pretend that there's equity between being able to take an online AP class as opposed to having an instructor in the room with you. But I do know that that is something we can take action on and provide access to students in places where we're not able to necessitate a teacher being there, and yet they could still have that opportunity for some of the best educators in this city that we have to offer. When I look at equitable distribution of highly effective teachers and leaders, you know, the facts are it is hard to retain great educators when you're not paying the best. And I think with the commitments that we've made around teacher compensation, I believe that within this school year and for school years to come, we're going to see the retention of highly effective, highly qualified, veteran educators to be in the rooms with our kids. And when it comes to school climate and leadership, the truth of the matter is we've had too much normalcy of unstable leadership in this district for a very long time. And my hope and my vision and my commitment as a board member is for this board and for any board that we continue to have for the foreseeable. When's your son graduate? Not your son. Johnson's son. 2030. So we we do want your baby boy, as well as my baby boy, to be graduating and having stable leadership in this district, because that is going to be the game changer. We got to pay people well. We have to provide a stable leadership here, and we have to make sure that we are intentional about the things that we can impact from a budgetary or priority standpoint.
I'm so glad y'all feel this way. Yes, Board Member Howard.
Yes. So what we can do is focus in on our goals and narrow them around the students needing the most support, and same with our guardrails.
Okay.
Going back to what you're saying, Shivy, and then Cynthia, what you're saying, like continuing to kind of add on and not have that focus. Like there's been good intention across the board and a lot of hard work, no doubt. But it's so critically important that we focus in on the students where there's the largest gap, where they're the farthest from educational justice, and we know it. Like, we're so fortunate in this district to have you all, these tools, these resources, the partners that just came on. But so critically important for us as a board to give Dr. Johnson the backing so that he is around a long time, is on our goals, so we can collectively make the changes we've got to make. I mean, Ken and I were talking about some of the things in the audit that were brought up, and just when you are doing the equity analysis, like for instance, the band instructor.
Yeah.
If that's going to be a focus for us, we're going to have to fund that. And again, we have a $100 million budget gap going into 2026 is going to continue to grow.
Yes.
How are we going to best align our resources? Yes, we increase educator pay and pay for other positions throughout the district to a certain extent. But how is that all going to connect back to improving outcomes for our students? So I'm so excited about this board and the work we're about to embark on as a board and lead, following Dr. Johnson's really good engagements, where I have gone to every single engagement but the one at Douglas, which I hated missing. But it's true. I mean, there are commonalities throughout this system. People are talking about exceptional children, additional needs there. They're talking about our Black students and where they are. Everyone across the system, North Atlanta to Washington, and we'll hear it at South Atlanta too. So, you know, it's so great to, you know, talk about this work and where we are, and it's a pivotal moment. But you know, what can we do is work on those goals. So thank you all for sharing all you have. I know that was more than just responding to this, but that's what I think the conversation's about. That's where equity, I mean, the rubber meets the road is through accomplishing our goals.
And you really made my job so.
I want
so
to
much.
second that, Katie.
Oh, okay. All right.
Can I mention one quick thing? I know I feel your time. So one thing I want to be sure that we don't do is, in the name of being equitable, be equal. And so oftentimes there's a peanut butter spread of resources, because you got one of these, you get one of these. And frankly, we waste funds and aren't as strategic with the funds that we have, right? And that's in everything from coursework, which I think when you say advanced, I would not just isolate it to AP. I think we need to be looking at vocational opportunities and certification credentials, dual enroll, et cetera. All the way to things like, I'll even use athletics as an example, right? We're going to do bleachers everywhere, and so I'm sorry, I said the words, a cuss word. But the truth is, right, what South Atlanta may have wanted to do with $1.35 million may look different than what Midtown wanted to do, right? And so, and that is truthful. And so, like, we need to make sure that in the name of equity, we don't do equal work, and we're really intentional about how we apply resources, because as you said, Katie, we have a $100 million deficit. Beyond the deficit, it's just doing good business, right? And it's doing the work the right way. So I do hope as we go forward, I see a little, my candor is, I see a little too much equal and not quite enough equitable. And so I want to make sure, if we're not offering 17 AP courses at, and I keep using South Atlanta as an example, I'll use South Atlanta again, that we are leaning in because of their student body desires and offering, they may want aviation mechanics, or they may want, a completely different set of advanced coursework support. So that's it.
Board Chair Mitchell has a question on Zoom.
Yes, Board Chair Mitchell.
Yes. First of all, sorry I couldn't be there today, but have an opportunity, one, to listen to the conversation and just kind of think back to when I began on the board in 2018, and the conversations that we having now are still the same type of conversations we had in 2018 and before I was on the board. And listening to Dr. Johnson, just briefly, let's put that focus on the equity and not so much equality, because the equity work is about meeting our students where they are, our communities where they are. Some students need something different from other students. Some communities need something different from other communities. And, the conversation is always ongoing. I think at this point, and I'm just going to say it straight, it needs action. Not saying we didn't take action in the past, but action in a sense of urgency, to where we know what the data tells us, we know what the audit says, what things are being put in place to implement the change that we need to see to make sure that our programming is equitable, our curriculum, making sure our teachers and staff are getting the training that they need, the opportunities are equitable, just overall on how we're operating as a district. I remember maybe 2 years ago, we were supposed to have like these equity liaisons or equity officers at every school to it didn't happen, but I know it was talks about that, and ensuring that decisions were being made that were in the best interest of what the student body and the parents and the staff needed within that school, were equitable decisions. I'm not saying we should go back to that, but I just know that was one of the things that came back from the equity retreat in 2022. And so here we are in 2024 having these same conversation. Yes, we do have the leadership of Dr. Johnson, but my thing is, when we think about this as a board, like, what actions outside of goals and guardrails, because those are important to guide the direction of the district, the equity policy is important, but what needs to happen to make the changes that we need to see when we talk about making equitable decisions on a school level for our students?
Thank you. One more.
So speaking to that, Board Chair Mitchell, I think one of the most important actions that we can take is taking this opportunity to be bold in our goals and our guardrails and naming what it is and not settling on equality, not settling on targeted universalism, excuse me if I messed up the word, but naming what it is in terms of who is it that we need to meet? Who is it that's struggling the most, and naming it in our goals and being bold. And it starts with us because we set the tone. We set the goals, and this is our opportunity to do that. And that would be something that we would do different than in the past, is being bold in our goal setting, being specific and being targeted.
Thank you so much.
I'll be
Board
quick.
Member
I'll be really, I promise.
Because y'all, this is your work session now.
Yeah. Well, we are
No,
working.
it's
We
about
are
to get
doing
more
it.
real. Go ahead.
No, I just wanted to add that one area that I don't know if it's a blind spot, but it's just something that I've not seen come up in conversation much, is one around mobility and transportation. When we talk about, offering all of these different things, dual enrollment, I'm a huge fan of dual enrollment. I personally feel the majority of our students should be graduating with almost an associate's degree. As we see, 90+% of our students are successful when they do dual enrollment as opposed to other pathways. So I support that. However, they got to be able to get there, right? And so when I look at transportation, mobility, I see opportunities for us to reimagine what that looks like in the city of Atlanta, to bring us on par with other major metropolitan areas around the United States of America, where our students, there's no option for late buses. So if you don't have another means of transportation, there's no after-school curriculum, there's no tutoring, there's no sports, there's no clubs, there's no affinity groups, there's no a bunch of things available to you because you have no means to get home otherwise. And I see a huge opportunity for us to do meaningful, tangible equity work around transportation and a better partnership with MARTA. And so I just wanted to throw that out there because I looked through the packet and I did not see transportation or mobility highlighted at all.
No. Actually, we'll get into what we're about to segue into. You all kind of jumped the gun. I love it. So, of course, y'all know your policy, but there are some new board members as well. So Board Policy BAC was passed in 2019. Of course, it directs the superintendent to factor equity into everything that the district does, right? And then y'all named it, right? So equity is not equality. And so looking at the graphic up there, you can see, you can't really see the bottom one, but at the top part, everyone has equal bikes, right? But their needs are completely different. But when we focus on equity, everyone gets what they need to be able to reach the goal and do it well, okay? So you were supposed to have a break, which is why I had this to kind of recap what the themes were so we can move on. Okay, so research, this is just an example, right? So research shows that if you have access to more diverse teachers and the teachers look like your students, they should be able to achieve well, right? The outcomes should be more equitable. And yet, if we were to look at relationships, high expectations, and stakeholder voice and decision, or the first two, relationships and high expectations, there are gaps there, right? If we look at our students' achievement generally, there are some serious gaps there. And newsflash, for the majority of our students, the teachers look like them. We are an anomaly. We are literally a case study about what the research says, right, versus what's actually happening in the districts, if that makes sense, okay? Yeah, so again, these are some quotes actually from the Leadership Academy. Someone was asking about stakeholders. So one of the quotes that came from the Leadership Academy was that stakeholders aren't really everyone, but it's really 40 to 50 of the same people, a singular group that has lots of influence. So that was from a stakeholder in the district that said that about stakeholder engagement and what we're doing to engage folks. For high expectations, a student said that the bar is set high for me, but not for all students. So the students know what's happening, they're very aware, and they will let us know if we bother to ask. And then when we're talking about relationships, essentially, from the perspective of the student lead group, students feel that other students who are not widely accepted or high performing are marginalized, and they also find it hard to connect to adults in their schools. So again, these are adults that look like them, right? So there's some work to be done. It's systemic. It's not just, yes, sir.
Can you help me understand what what is meant by a more diverse set of teachers, given the landscape of Atlanta, the demographics of our teachers? What does that mean?
That was the point, is that this is overall research. Like, that's
Got you.
research
Okay.
generally.
So that wasn't APS specific.
No, and that's why I said we're a case study, because
Understood.
our teachers look like our students. For the
Understood.
most part, if you look at the data, we are actually lacking in terms of our Latino population, right? Like, they don't have teachers that look like them. And that population is actually growing, right, across the Metro Atlanta district. So there's some work to be done there.
And they're outperforming black students.
And they're still outperforming black students. So they don't have anybody that looks like them, but they're still outperforming the black students. And yes, we will dig deeper into that as well.
Just saying.
Yeah. Yep. Okay, so these are just kind of like setting the stage, right? So we're looking at the data. Enrollment by race, again, predominantly black. Good portion of white folks, good portion of Hispanic folks, multiracial, Asian, like, we're pretty diverse. But then if we start breaking it down to what Dr. Johnson calls the subgroups, right? Over a 3-year trend, we look at our students with disabilities, that's what the SWD stands for. Students with disabilities, their enrollment is increasing. But we know what we know about their achievement, right? So what are we gonna do to address that? 3-year trend enrollment for ELL students, students that are learning English. Again, their enrollment is increasing, and yet we know about their achievement, right? Our economically disadvantaged enrollment. We didn't have, for some reason, I don't know why we didn't have access to information from 22. Actually, it's gone down a little bit, but still we know what the trends are for their achievement, correct? We know that gentrification is happening across the city, but we also know that those students are being displaced, and so they're having to go elsewhere. So that might have something to speak to that. Still, the numbers are what they are in terms of their achievement. So let's talk about it. We're gonna do an ATLAS protocol. Like I said, y'all about to get to work, okay? So with the ATLAS protocol, what you're gonna do for each section is you're gonna look at what you see first. You're just gonna describe it, okay? I don't want you to make any judgments. It's literally, on this page, I see this, okay? And it's tough not to judge, you know, as leaders, we like to try to get to the solving real quick, but just describe what you see. After that, we'll go through the questions about what the data suggests, and then what assumptions that we make about students and their learning based on that data, okay? So I'd like for you to go ahead and look at round 1, where it's graduation rates in your packets. I have it up here, but I also want you to look at it in your packet so you have it. Is it not in there? Gotta change folders, okay. Yes. The shiny one had it all kind of put together based on activity. It should be in the big one too, but the shiny one has space for you to take notes if you want. Okay, so you'll see 5 different slides about graduation rates disaggregated by subgroup, right? I'm gonna give you 2 minutes to look over the slides, as long as you can find them. Is everyone okay? Okay. You can help each other? You can even share. Now remember, for the first round, we're just gonna describe what we see. And I need to set a timer because we're supposed to do about 10 minutes for each one. Yes. Yes. Yes, that was an oversight. Thank you. My apologies. Okay, we settled? We're good? Okay, so taking a look at that data, I want you to observe, what do you see? Describe it. Okay, so Black students have the lowest graduation rate in 2024. What slide is that on, even though it's not numbered? The first one. Okay. What else do you all see in the data?
That Black and Hispanic students are the only subgroups in which we have seen increases in graduation rates.
Okay, so Black and Hispanic students have increased in terms of graduation rates year over year? Is that what we're saying?
Over from 21 through 24.
21 to 24, okay. Ah, I like that. Wait, but that's a judgment though. Okay. Are you making an inference though? Save that one for the next one. But yeah, okay. Yeah, you're ahead. You're ahead of the curve. You're just observing. You're just describing. Okay, so what you did say though is that Black students are a large percentage of the population, and so their graduation rates are increasing. Yes. Okay, so we definitely saw that. What else? Yes.
Graduation rate comparison, I see that females have a higher graduation rate than males.
So females have a higher graduation rate than males. Okay. What else?
I see growth in our students with disability or exceptional students graduation rate comparison from year to year. I believe state, wait a minute. Let me look at that chart again. Yeah, but it's still going up.
So it is going up. So
It's a
there's an
positive
upward trend
trend.
in our
Yes.
exceptional students' graduation rates.
Yes.
Okay. Anything else? These are great observations. So now let's move to part two. Dr. Zeff, what inferences can you make about the data?
Well, so I maybe, did I go too far ahead? Am I not supposed to be looking at this TNTP slide about NAEP?
No, that's included in the graduation
Okay,
as well.
so my question is, why are only 36% of our kids on grade level according to NAEP?
Okay.
Or 50%?
So that's an observation. You are observing that 36% of our students
Class
are
of 2020 versus 80% of our kids are graduating?
Okay, so let me ask you this then. What do you infer? What inference can you make from that?
Someone's not telling kids the truth.
Say it in your mic.
To me, it seems like what is necessary to graduate is not aligned with the skills for your grade level. Like there is not necessarily a direct correlation.
Okay, so maybe there's some misalignment between our graduation requirements and then what is actually required from NAEP or for college readiness, right? Okay. What else? What other inferences can we make? I do want to make sure that we record Dr. Zeff's inference about the increase in Black students graduating actually driving up rates for the whole district. That was an excellent observation. Increasing. Say it again. Did I say that wrong?
Increasing, the primary driver, I suspect, of increasing graduation rates is the increase in Black graduation rates.
Yes, thank you.
Is that what you said?
I thought that's what I said. It's
okay.
okay. I'm a little delirious. It's fine, you know. Thank you. Okay, we're all on one accord. Very good. What other inferences can we make about this data? Yes.
Very little correlation between graduation rates and student readiness.
And student readiness. Okay. Interesting. Any other inferences that we can make?
Almost on Ken's point in terms of like the size of subgroups, but if you can move a subgroup that represents a large share of your population, then you can impact your district results.
How about it? So the subgroups do matter. Great inference.
Especially their size.
Especially their size. Okay. Dramatic increases. Yeah. Any other inferences that you want to share? You all are doing great on time, by the way. I'm proud of you. Okay, so let's look at the last part then. So what assumptions do we make about students and their learning? So we did talk about what the data states explicitly, right, with our observations. What is the data not saying?
There's no why.
There's no why? Okay.
We're not getting an explanation for the 17-point increase with our ELL learners. I'm actually very curious as to how we got that bump in that way. When you saw a reduction from 21 to 22, a dramatic reduction from 22 to 23, and it's such a major, and in the field of education, a 17-point increase is very big.
Yes.
And so I am curious. how that happens?
Mhm.
What worked? What's the explanation?
Yes. Did we document that? Curiosity about the bump in
And,
AOL. Yes.
and similarly so, when we talk about if you move moving a large group and the impacts that it make, if you're talking about a small subgroup, that it's only 20 people, if you have 2 people move, then that impact is gonna seem great, but if you're not looking at the actual numbers, you could be misled in terms of the impact. So you have to pay attention to the size in addition to the percentages.
Absolutely. Data can be tricky, y'all.
Very.
Yes. Board Member Johnson.
So I think one assumption that I would make is, as we're looking at graduation rates, it would be hard to really measure the rigor that students received and their readiness for life after graduation just by the data that we see at this time.
Yes, very good.
Fact,
So
I
the
would-
next,
No, I agree with you. I think the barometer really needs to be for those of our students who attend college, how many of them have to take a remediation course, right? That's, in my opinion, that's the threshold because that is the tax that's put on many of our black students that do choose to go to college that I think is unfair. I was one of those students that had to take remediatory courses. You pay for them and they don't go towards your credits to graduate. Correct, and that's a tax on kids that they don't deserve.
thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, 100%. So y'all are getting to it then. So what other information do you need then to really make a fair assessment about what's going on with our graduation rates?
Well, I think it goes along with what the community said. There is a absolute need for higher expectations, increased rigor, but also teachers and schools have to understand what rigor is because rigor gets thrown around like one of those coined terms in education often, and people really don't understand what rigor is. It's more about depth of knowledge and not compounding kids with large amounts of work and workload and other things like that. It's not stress, it's depth.
Correct. So what information do you need to get to that?
Well, we have to do a better job at two things. We have to. It's more so, and this is on the other side of the house. To be fair, is more so in how we're developing our teachers to understand depth of knowledge, understanding percentage of time per instructional period that's spent on certain levels of rigor and DOK. Also, in what we're asking our students to do, as opposed to regurgitate knowledge versus producing things, project-based learning, for example. So it gets more into that side, of the instructional side. What are we demanding of our students? I get to spend some weekends with some of the kids with Brandon Fleming over at Veritas, right? And Veritas kids are kids from South Fulton, from APS, from Clayton County, and the expectation for those kids is very different. If we walk in that room, every student is standing up when you walk in the room. There are no cell phones out, not by force, not because of pouches, but because of respect for the learning environment. There are certain things that are just carried out different. And so when I walk into my classroom, I can notice the difference. And for me, I felt compelled to now have different expectations for my students. But what happens is a teacher can have certain expectations, but if the school doesn't have those expectations, it won't survive. And moreover, if the district or the cluster doesn't have those expectations, we kind of fall to the wayside. And I think too often we get pigeonholed to these silos of high expectations as opposed to a universal normalcy of high expectation for our students. And I think we're on the path to doing that. When I hear Dr. Johnson say excellence everywhere, I take that to heart. And those type of things matter, not just in performance and saying it, but in people believing that this is the expectation and the way that things will be carried out.
So my challenge to you then is to pose a question. What other information do we need? What data do we need to get to that? So you said something about
time of instruction spent at certain amounts of depth of knowledge or rigor, right? Yeah, please.
Yeah, so to me, the state has a state accountability system that's already in place. If we look at third grade reading, eighth grade math, those are highly predictive. They don't tell us everything, but they are indications of mastery.
Yes.
They're not indications of completion, which high school graduation is, which I think was mentioned. And so how are we measuring those yes, it would be great to measure a variety of inputs, and more information the better, but ultimately what's happening, what outcomes are we getting in a couple key grade spans?
Key areas. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. Like, we need to ask these questions so that we can start digging deeper. Yes? Y'all with me? Okay, very good. All right. So, same protocol. Now you all are going to flip to the next section. Round 2, suspension risk rates. Discipline. And it should be right after. Yes, it looks like this. Okay, we're all together? All right, same thing applies. I'm gonna give you about a minute. I'm setting my timer because it's 10 minutes per section. What do you see? Yeah, what do you see?
So on the first slide of suspension risk rate, when I look at the comparison of students with exceptionalities, 42% of that group of students have been suspended. Is that correct? Is that how I read that? Is that 42% of special education students have been suspended? And so 42% of them versus 34% of general education, and they represent a smaller percentage. So disproportionate.
I'm actually curious as to the legality.
No, we're not gonna get, okay, hold on.
I'm sorry, but I think that is a real question to pose.
Yes.
That there's supposed to be a much higher threshold in imposing a suspension on a student with a learning disability. At the boot, they are being suspended at a much higher rate than other students, and I just see that as definitely an area of deep opportunity.
Absolutely.
I have a question.
Yeah.
May I? But are you also saying that there are only 225 special ed students in APS? That doesn't seem to make sense.
No, where are those numbers coming from?
No, so here's what we're saying. There are roughly 1,287 general ed students that have been suspended in APS, and there are 225.
Oh, those are the number of suspensions.
That's the number of suspensions, okay?
Got you.
And then when you look at suspension and suspension percentage by subgroup, right? It's not that 42% of all special ed students are suspended, but 42% of the suspensions, right? And so,
Wait, can you say that again, Dr.
Sorry,
Johnson?
I'm confused still.
You're saying 42% of students what?
what this is 42% of the suspensions are the percent of students suspended by subgroup. So it'll be 42% of the suspensions are special ed students, right?
Wow.
The OSS suspensions.
Wow.
I'm sorry, Erica, go ahead.
Equal 100.
It's very confusing.
I agree that this is confusing.
That's my observation.
I believe the general education line, that's everybody, including special education students. So that's why it's not adding up to 100.
Gotcha.
So
1,287
students in APS have been suspended? Total, in all groups?
That is what that is indicating.
Because I don't think these two charts are representing the same populations.
Right, there, and this could be, I mean, this is clearly a discrepancy in the way that they're measuring this. This is actually from our, I believe this is from our discipline dashboards. This is not from ours. No, this is not from ours. But no, I mean, this is important. We should clarify what
Yeah,
this means.
and if you, I think that what the top graph on this page is, for example, I think the 71%, which is representing black students, are 37,605. I think that is the total number of black students in the system.
That's correct,
And
yes.
16% of those have, yeah, but stick with me for a second, have been suspended. I think if that's the case, then roughly 5,000, roughly 5,000, students, black students have been suspended. So 1287 is not the total number of students who have been suspended, because clearly we have more than that. Or ignore the top. I'm not sure.
Can we make an
I can make an observation.
You said it's confusing, right? Well, there's disproportionality, number one, yes. And so understand that when we're looking at data, this is literally what we're working with, trying to unpack it in order to be able to present it to y'all, right? So it can be confused. Like, this is literally taken from a dashboard. I asked the dig team, like, can y'all please break some of this down? Because I don't have 3 weeks to try to dig through this. So what I can do is actually have someone break it down a little bit better and circle back, okay? I think that would be probably a better use of our time at this point. But know that this is Tableau. It's tricky. Let's be clear about that.
It would be good for us to understand what percentage of all suspensions are students with learning disabilities.
Absolutely.
I think
100%.
ultimately that's what we do want to get to.
Yes.
So that we could understand that, and also the percentage of students with learning disabilities that experience out-of-school suspension and even in-school suspension.
Yes.
Yeah.
And actually, I want to say I do have a slide deck that does break that down. I do know that Dr. Love has broken this down. And I want to say, I think it was the last board meeting, if I'm not mistaken. So I want to say that y'all have the information, and I don't mind circling back to make sure that it's still top of mind for you all, okay? So we'll go to math instead, because I know it's a little clearer for that one. It's prettier, for sure. See, now you want my prototype, because it makes it look nicer. He missed it. Okay, so let's talk about math milestones. We're still going to go through the same Atlas protocol. So, of course, the first round is, what do you observe? What do you see? Describe it.
We're looking at the first chart. I'll start. When looking at our math versus our ELA, math is trailing ELA.
Okay, yep. So math is trailing ELA.
But still moving on a positive slope.
Okay, and there are some improvements. I do it with my timer, that's what I need. What else?
There are big
We
gaps.
need to go to year-round school because we have too much learning loss in the summer.
That sounds like a judgment.
It sounds like a judgment. That's an inference, yes, but we can document that inference for round two. Any descriptions? What else do you see?
Honestly, I see a blind spot just across America right now, and so much emphasis on literacy. There's almost ignoring of numeracy right now, and the numeracy numbers are worse than the literacy numbers. Although I understand, like, the conventional thinking is if you improve the literacy, then you will thus improve the numeracy, and that is true. There are more words in a math book than numbers, but I do think there needs to be intentionality on both sides of the house.
Okay, so we're making another inference then about what we need to do to move both needles. Did I hear that correctly?
Correct.
Okay.
We have big gaps in our subgroups.
There are large gaps between the subgroups. Tell me more. Can we be more specific than that?
Well, specifically looking at the performance between black and white, there's a gap between economically disadvantaged and not, and students with exceptionalities. There are gaps in all three of those spaces.
Yeah. And I'm talking about double digit.
Very big gaps.
Okay.
I think it would also be helpful to know the intersectionality of it all as well, because it's obvious that there's an intersection here, but just being curious as to how many black students are impacted with economic disadvantages as well as learning disabilities.
Okay, so when we get to the last part then, with the more information that we need to know about the intersections between.
Yes.
Okay, or between and among.
That would be helpful. Also, I am curious as one thing, and I've asked for this measure for a very long time. And I don't know if we already have it or if it's something we'd have to look into, but of our students, what percentage of them or which of them have at least one parent with college education or some college education in the home, parent, grandparent, whomever. As an educator, I see that as being a big shifter in student performance, and I'm curious as to where we are on that. I look at my black boys who were both APS kids who excelled in schools where maybe the entire school didn't look like their outcomes, and they come from a two college educated parent household, and I see the impact of it.
I don't believe our census demographic forms that we take as a district collect that information. But I think that's an important question. Maybe we can identify a partner who could help us get an understanding of that. But you might be curious to know that even when you're looking at black students who are not economically disadvantaged, there's still an achievement gap between them and similarly situated white students.
Yep.
But still curious as to whether or not they have a college educated or college experienced parent.
Yeah.
Because you might not be economically disadvantaged, but still not have the advantage of experience of a parent that has college education.
I understand. Yep. We'll make a note and see if we can find someone who can help us get that.
And I do want to note that Ms. Candace from the city, one of the things that she said was really important was us to think about intergenerational education, right? And that is the why. Because if you have a parent that typically has some college experience, you have a greater opportunity that parent read to you at night before you went to bed. Those things make the difference, as well as available time to be there, et cetera.
Yes, there is data to support that. And then circling back to the protocol, are there any other observations? Because we're 3 minutes in for this section.
This is a large group. I mean, this is 3rd through 5th grade, too.
Yes.
So, I mean, just even breaking that down further and looking at individual grades, too.
To different grade levels.
Yeah, I mean, this is very telling right here, but we're still looking at the swath, 3rd through 5. And that's one of the things for us as a board when we're looking at the data.
Yeah.
We're still not getting that most direct view yet
Yes.
because our goals are too broad.
Because the goals are broad. Yes, Board Member Walden.
I see a huge opportunity in algebra. Just looking at the equity, the chart that shows the milestones end of course results. With the performance of algebra, we're staying on math, so I'll keep it there. But Cynthia would like me to point out that U.S. history certainly has some growth potential there. But I also want to say that I believe that there's an opportunity to make algebra more real, because people don't understand that you use algebra every day in your life. And you always hear people say, when am I ever going to use this? All the time when you're trying to figure out how much something is on sale, right? like you always use algebra, and for some reason it's taught very highbrow, and it's there's an opportunity to make it real, a huge opportunity to grow here.
Okay. All right, so getting back to our protocol, because I feel as though we might have drifted a bit. Okay. So we made some observations. We also made some inferences. What other information do you need? I heard Board Member Howard say that we actually need the disaggregation by grade level. So yes, that's important information because it's still large swaths of students. What else do you need?
Possibly information about the preparedness leading up to when students are making that decision about whether or not to take algebra. So what does that look like in preparation? If that is a success indicator, how are we preparing them to actually make that choice to be prepared for that.
To be prepared.
Well, the question was, what else? What other data do we need? Wasn't that the question?
That was the question.
Okay. I forgot what I said.
Um,
And so my answer was, if algebra is an indicator, then I would like to see data very similar to Katie in terms of leading up to that. Where are we seeing opportunities to increase the preparedness to take algebra or the ability to be successful in that space? There are years before that lead up to that,
Yeah,
as well as the availability of that course.
I would encourage us to look at places where like it's doing very well. Like if you look in the Midtown cluster where you've got Howard and Midtown High School, early access to accelerated math is the game changer for the majority of our kids.
And I'll draw attention to that
Yeah.
slide actually that actually shows that ninth grade algebra is an indicator. So completing Algebra 1 by ninth grade is highly predictive of high school graduation, success in college, and is linked to job readiness and higher earnings. So that was actually one of the 4 slides that you were able to see for math.
I would push us further and say that that exposure to algebra in middle school.
Correct.
I think ninth grade now.
By ninth
By
grade.
okay, I
By
heard
ninth
that. I
grade.
received that. Thank you,
Yeah.
Ken.
It's a little tricky.
Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you. Thank you.
by
Thank
ninth grade, so meaning middle school.
Saying the same thing. Yes.
Correct.
But
Gotcha.
to go back to Ken's point about 3rd and 8th grade,
Yes.
if kids aren't prepared when they get into middle school, they can't take advantage of advanced coursework, and we know who will.
Yes.
And we want kids too.
Yes.
But you see that growing gap in
As
middle
we get
school
further.
between white and black students.
Correct.
Because
So-
who's prepared to take the advanced math? So that's something we have to unpack.
So tell me more. So what do you need? What else? Like
I would say we need to look at that 3rd grade data of 5th grade.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to lean on someone who's been more in this role than me. I mean, and of course, Dr. Johnson.
Yes.
I want to hear from him. But yeah, I mean, we need to look at what's happening before they get there so we can make sure they're prepared to
By
take
the time.
advantage and then have those courses available if we see that those courses are having the impact.
Awesome.
I'm with you on that, Katie. I do think like on the literacy side that 3rd grade focus, but also I would encourage us to correct. But I would encourage us to look at the K2 band a lot more because the third once we get to 3rd grade, it's so far gone. Like it is so far gone, and it is such a challenge to pull our kids back. It's really K2, in my opinion, is like where we need to be spending more attention to, which would also allow us the ability to put more focus on numeracy for 3-5.
Correct.
Yeah.
All right. So K2 numeracy, let's make sure that we document that. Also, say it again? You said, well, I mean, it's up to y'all, right?
That's right.
Mm-hmm. Yes. About what that should be. Excellent. Thank you so much. Again, because we're talking about the signaling, right, for 8th grade. All right, so our last round, we're going to look at ELA. It's very similar data. So we're going to go through the protocol one more time. Y'all can do it. You're struggling, I know. That's what happens when you take your break too early. I just want the record to reflect. Oh, no. I gave them 1 minute. They took 10. Well, I said, go to the bathroom. Y'all took 10, and then I had a 10-minute break. See, y'all over here playing. But see, you didn't go to the bathroom. Y'all started talking. I can see what kind of class this is gonna be. Okay, all right. So going back to it. So again, take a look at the ELA and tell me what you see. Just descriptions. And you can share out whenever you're ready, because I'm going to try to wrap this one up a little early.
the same.
More of the same?
I'm sorry, I forgot my mic was on. But yeah, exactly that, more of the same.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, and also I see an impact of a flight of students at the middle school band and the impact that has on overall outcomes.
Okay, so that's an inference then. So we're inferring that the flight of students from middle school is impacting
We
these numbers.
lose many of our best performing students around that grade band, and I think there's a noticeable impact of those students not being in the cohort anymore.
Very good, thank you. Any other observations? What else do you see? Y'all are funny.
And I'm speaking specifically to the 6 to 8 band.
6 to 8
because
band,
there's
yes.
2 different charts, so I just
Yes,
want to.
agreed.
Yeah.
I gave you about 4 different ones just across the way, from K all the way through 12. So we notice similarities is what I heard. Anything else? Okay.
History numbers are extremely low.
Yeah, that's Board Member Briscoe Brown mentioned
I'm a
the same.
social studies teacher, so that's an ouch.
Same. Same.
Yeah, I am curious as to like kind of what's our model across the district. Is it a year-round course everywhere? Is it a semester course in some places? Like kind of how that works. I know we might not have the answer now, but I know. But I am curious about, because that's a thick course that I've experienced being in a school that did block scheduling, and that's a tough one to do. Yeah.
Okay. So we also talked about the information that we might need to address these disparities, right? It seems as though we've kind of coalesced around the early indicators to figure out what's going on. So again, digging deeper into the data. So data begets more data, right? Like until you get to the root cause of whatever it is that's happening. So the last question that I will ask you to wrap up our Atlas protocol is this. I can get there. It's a lot of data. Okay. What steps should be taken next? Like actively. So we've kind of broken this down a little bit. It was 10 minutes each. It was a lot. It was pretty fast. But we talked about some interesting trends, right? So y'all talked about we need to take action. We need to take steps. What can we identify now?
Well, at the risk of being a broken record, we can set really good goals and guardrails that are very specific to, I'll say, equity-minded goals and guardrails, right?
Okay.
So doesn't just look at an overall what can we do, but we can set very specific goals that address the things that we have seen that will be levers that will move us as a district.
Thank you. I'm going to dig into that a little bit deeper. So what specific levers? We need action.
Well, I mean, Dr. Johnson works with us on resetting those goals.
Yeah.
So we're going to be asking him, what are the levers that would have the most impact
Okay.
based on the data?
Okay.
And for us, like taking the action, I mean, we're coming up on it. These goals are ending. Strategic plan is expiring. It's time. It's perfect timing for all of this. But we have to work with him. It has to be based on data.
Yes.
And going back to the foundational pieces, like he's been talking about in the engagement sessions, getting those right, which goes back to these goals and resetting them, everybody will benefit from that.
Yeah.
And obviously, when we focus in on our groups that need the most support, that is equity, because they're going to get what they need. Because then when we set that goal, that North Star, he builds the strategies or tells and creates the strategies with his team to accomplish those things. And then we actively monitor them, and we can see more closely what is happening in real time.
Okay.
I mean, that's moving ahead, but we've got to have that information around the levers.
Okay.
Like,
So levers.
which goes back also, I'll stop there, but on the budget.
On the budget. Okay, Board Member Johnson.
Yeah, so I'll pick it up from there. So I just, when I think about our respective bodies of work and look at these key areas, so on the discipline piece, that feels like something that the board could do around policy and really to lead the way in that regard. And some of the coursework and pieces, it feels like our goals and how we're measuring those goals, I should be able to see number of increased advanced courses available in our high need communities, right? And asking those questions so that we're more accountable. And then when we get to the budget conversation, it is, are we spending money that aligns with us pushing the needle in these specific areas? And if not, why are we spending it? And we have to really make some hard decisions in those areas.
And I remember y'all said something about aligning readiness, right? Or graduation rates with readiness. So I'm going to challenge you all to think about what we talked about today in terms of what you need to create those goals. Because it's not as simple as throwing out like, oh, we want to increase by 10%. What does that mean to make the equitable decision? Like really digging into those subgroup data to figure out how you set that goal to really move the mark. Does that make sense? Y'all with me? Yes, ma'am.
I have a question about a potential data point, and I don't know, maybe it's more for Carolyn or the DIG team, but I wonder if there is a way to identify whether there are schools and classrooms where Black students are achieving at a rate that shows that they are unburdened by their race. Like, are there any spots within the district where Black students are achieving at a rate high enough where we can say their race is not a factor, it has not impeded their achievement?
That's a great question. I don't know off the top of my head. I can't say that I've seen anything that was like, oh, that's a great anomaly. We need to, really focus in on what they're doing. Carolyn, can we do a little bit of digging on that, or do you have something that? Okay, you want to do digging? Perfect. Like I said, off the top of my head, from what I've seen, I haven't seen anything that reflects that. And it doesn't mean that it doesn't exist, though. It just means that we might need to dig a little deeper and reflect. So I'm gonna give y'all a stretch break. Like y'all can stand up and stretch. Okay. No? Okay, we're not even going, okay, we're gonna push through. The last thing okay, well, yeah, I mean, I only have one more thing, so look at that. Right, how about that? No, so the one thing I also wanna draw attention to, because Dr. Johnson has been very explicit about this, we have 11 equity commitments, kind of a lot. I'm not gonna lie, it's a lot. And so I can actually tell you kind of where that came from. That actually came from the Leadership Academy and the equity audits, right? So they identified all these different buckets of work that could be levers that we could pull to improve equity. I think the problem is we got really excited and we decided we wanted to do all of them instead of really focusing in on what key levers that we can pull to really move the district. And so I'm actually gonna bring it to you. We have 11. Do you think that we can kind of distill these down into maybe 2 or 3? Any thoughts on what those might be? Look at Dr. Johnson. Come on, doctor. Come on with the swag. Come on. Oh, you got engaged, huh? Okay, let's go. But wait, he walked with the swag though. Like I'm here for it. Right. So let's talk about it. Are there any similarities? And team, if you don't mind documenting, please. If I'm not able to type. Thank you. Highest impact? Yep. Mm-hmm. I'm here for it. Yeah. Teachers and leaders? Yes, duplicative. Same kind of thing. Co-curricular, yep, they do fall in the same kind of buckets. I agree. What are the highest levers that we can pull on though? Like what are those high impact ones? What do you think? Like if we can address that, I think that we can totally make a huge shift.
I think we've talked a lot about increasing access to advanced coursework.
Yeah.
And I think there have been some suggested strategies that have not been put in place, but like the one that was mentioned earlier about making classes available virtually to students in schools where those classes aren't offered. Okay. I think I understand the logistical and the scheduling issues around that, but I'm not sure that we've really committed to to actually solving for those.
We
see.
didn't.
So keeping that as,
Been waiting
Please.
for that.
and we're not talking about AP. It's advanced.
It's not just AP.
It's not just.
It's AP, it's IB, it's
It's
dual
even algebra.
enrollment,
It's
it's
even
algebra.
algebra, yes.
It's particularly algebra in the younger
In the younger
grades.
grades.
But-
So it's all of those things.
I just want to challenge my thinking a little bit. And let me speak as a dad. I would rather my son have regular coursework with a highly skilled and trained teacher that's going to teach the standards at a rigorous pace than to have advanced coursework with maybe the counter, right? So I am very pro advanced coursework, but I think we got to be careful that we use that as a metric of success. At the end of the day, the metric of success isn't going to be how many advanced placement courses students take, or like it really is. And I'm just trying to narrow us here maybe to one. Like it really is improving student achievement, and it's the quality of the teacher, and it's the quality of the leader, and everything else cascades from that, right? Like your high quality instruction material, a high quality leader, right, at the helm of a master schedule is going to be thinking about how do I create more advanced course experiences for my students. A high quality leader is going to be thinking about, how do we tailor this curriculum and make the adjustments. I just think if you ask me if I had to go to one, right, like that would be number one. And I think we can get lost in, they've got 22 of these and this school has 17 of those. If we don't have one high quality principal at the helm of each school, and then a high quality administrative team and a high quality, teaching team, we're gonna have problems all day.
And
Ma'am.
to add to that though, Dr. Johnson, if you look at some of the Leadership Academy's work, I think I put a couple of those slides in there. Just because you're in an AP course, and you pass it, does not mean you're going to pass the test. There's no correlation there at all.
And in fact, that has historically been a problem in Atlanta public schools.
Exactly.
Parents all over the district talk about fake AP classes,
Correct.
which just have the name
And say the GPA.
and don't actually, for the
Yep.
10-point add on the GPA.
Absolutely. Okay. Board Member Brooks, just so you know, I got 5 minutes and we're about to wrap up, okay?
I'm not even sure you have like 3 or 4 minutes. I would
Like
think,
3 or
'cause,
4,
Yeah,
well,
Jen
yeah.
told me we had to stop at 4 o'clock. So.
Yes, we do.
Yeah, I agree with what Dr. Johnson said. I do believe the number one thing has to be high student outcomes, right? I believe that's number one. But I hear what Dr. Johnson is saying. I agree. I think if anything, if this election hasn't showed folks something, it's that the everyday person, the person who's not in the AP classes, the person who's not in your DLI, the person who's not in your IB, that's the person who's being ignored. And that's the person who's feeling the brunt of this lived experience in the harshest realities right now. And so I do agree that it is the general classes, the everyday student, that really needs to be where our focus is to get better outcomes. But increasing access to effective teachers and leaders, I agree, is a high priority, but as well as ensuring equitable learning environments. I do hear what you're saying, Dr. Johnson, but the realities are that when you're in one side of town and the access is just so drastically different, when we essentially live in a caste system of a school district, it could feel like many times. I do believe that we have to do something about what is being offered. It can't be so wildly different. Yeah.
I'd love to hear from, as we approach wrapping up, I'd love to hear from Dr. Johnson. Where do you see us go as a board? What do you need from us to help make your determinations as you're putting together the instructional program?
Thank you. I think it's clarity and concision. And my concern about equity in Atlanta Public Schools is that it feels like it's a part of this history been like all encompassing. And there are a lot of moving pieces and parts, right? And at the end of the day, the outcomes haven't moved. And so we need to be real clear about what we're talking about. And at the end of the day, I think it's really clear, right? I think we've got to move subgroup. We've got to make sure that our black students improve, period. And that we not just close achievement gaps, but lean in and move students forward with intentionality. So I think that clarity and concision around that, and there needs to be enough room to make sure that, frankly, we're so far behind. We got to do it in multiple spaces, and so we've got to address math. We've got to address ELA. We've got to address multiple spaces, and then I would also say that I want us to be careful that we don't. I go back to something I said earlier, that we don't substitute, equity for equality and vice versa. And so let's don't get into the habit of, because there's 17 of those over there needs to be 17 of these over here. Like, let's be intentional with what we do. And to the access conversation, I think some of it, in particular when you talk about the secondary level, we need to help our principals think through how to offer. I was a fan as a high school principal of offering dual enrollment in my school. I wanted to have it on my campus. I wanted to have AP opportunities on my campus. Other thing I'll say quickly about AP is exposure to AP. I see you looking at your watch at the side of my eye. Exposure to AP. So my mindset shifted, right? So, when I get to advanced courses, it was the exposure to the rigor of the course that's ultimately the value. Making a qualifying score is tremendous as well. But if I can get a student exposed to high quality coursework, like that's where the value is. So I think it's the clarity and concision. Even as we got into some of the goal conversation, we start talking about like 15 goals, and I was standing there and I was thinking, oh Lord, we got to be clear and concise about what we're talking about, such that when any of us go to the public or we go out and we are all talking about the same thing. That's the goal.
Thank you, Dr. Johnson. I'll say, it's a challenge to this board because strategy is about saying no to stuff. If you say yes to everything, that's not strategy. And so giving us those trade-offs, like you want these things, here's what we're going to have to say no to so we can make an enthusiastic yes to something that's high, like I have the phrase you use, high leverage. Where are we going to move the needle the most? Dr. Wyndham and your team, Ms. Radina, thank you so much. And Erica, are you going to say a few words, Erica?
Thank you all. This has been wonderful. I can't believe it was 2 years since this board last came together to talk about equity. Let's not make it another 2 years. I think that we understand how that equity lens has to go into all of our work. Strategic planning, student engagement, exceptional education, and we just really appreciate the direction and the conversation.
I honestly just want to thank you all for all of your hard work, for everything that you do day in and day out, and for working through, even though you didn't have your official 10-minute break. But no, really, thank you for being so warm and welcoming. I appreciate y'all.
Thank you, Dr. Wyndham.
Can I? I'm sorry.
Go ahead. No, go ahead.
No, I want to be clear that we walk away with some walkaways. So the last slide you had up there were the 3 commitments. Is there an expectation that the board? What is the expectation? We obviously didn't get to the 3 today. What's the expectation?
Do you want to? We could do it. Should we probably you want us to send you? If somebody sends us a prompt, at least figure out what the landscape is, and then figure out how much facilitation you need to drive us from. Because there's 12. We may be just focused on 5. How do we get from 5 to 3?
Can we do like a Delphi or something like that? Like make this thing easy.
Yeah.
Because I do, and the thing is like, we make a lot of investment in the equity office, right? And I think for a lot of people from the community, I hear conversations about, is it all performance? And I believe that this is one of the areas where, listen, we better be intentional about it now before we're not allowed to talk about it in 6 months, right? So we better start laying this thing out now because we don't know what the landscape is going to look like or what the lashback is going to be for setting some of these things up to guide the work moving forward. This is a time, I think, of intentionality and almost acting as if it is emergent.
In an evergreen way is what I'll say. Yes. That's a lesson learned from Florida. Yes. I went to a conference and they were very explicit about how they set their goals in an evergreen way that still get to what it means to be equitable.
And I would encourage us to be thoughtful about the language that we use. I'm not one to tiptoe around and play footsies with folks, but also I don't want us to put ourselves in a position where we can't be as effective as we need to be. And I think ultimately what it comes down to is what Dr. Johnson is talking about, and that's better student outcomes.
So, Dr. Johnson, we'll look to you to connect with the board and let us know how you want us to help drive this. Some of it I think we can do remotely, some of it we're going to have to do in person. Before we adjourn, Dina, Ms. Harrison, do we have any public comment that we need to make space for?
No, we do not, Dr. Zeff.
Excellent. Hearing that.
We do. I think we have one, a member of the community in person.
Is there public comment, Dina? Oh, okay.
2 minutes is the time, correct?
2 minutes.
Thank you. I think all of you know I am Ed Johnson, and that my tagline is quality, advocate for quality in public education. And for me, the word quality is not a talking point. It is something to be striven for and achieved. I would like to point out that in the historical guideline, 2 critical points were omitted. The first is that in 1972, the Atlanta Public Schools became an independent school system with its own charter. Then in 2002, that charter was massively revised. And the reason for it was because we had a superintendent who wanted to align the superintendency and the school board more so than had been in the past. But here's the deal about that. The charter, as originally drafted, aimed to institute behaviorism and behavioristic practices, including for teaching and learning. The community was wise enough to recognize that and to almost go into a state of revolt so that the draft was changed to focus on providing everyone the opportunity to experience quality improvement. Okay. However, that was the theory. In practice, APS has continued to a great extent with the culture of behaviorism. Consequently, what happens is that kids labeled Black tend to experience behaviorism mostly by Black adults, whereas white kids tend to experience humanism by white adults. And the consequences show up in various ways. The consequences are not combined to are not restricted to APS. The consequences appear quite visibly out in the city of Atlanta. Your opportunity is to pick up that 2002 charter and to understand that you don't get high quality by purchase, by instant pudding. It is a process. It takes time. Okay? You have to learn how to take the time to actually allow for high quality to develop. There's a lot I really would like to engage many of you in.
Mr. Johnson, that's your time, sir.
But your time is limited, so I stop here. But if you'd like to engage me in the conversation, I am always and have always been available to do so.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
All right. Thank you again, Dr. Johnson and team. Do I have a motion to adjourn? I have a motion from Board Member Howard. Second? I heard Board Member Baldwin. Don't hate me. All in favor of adjournment? Any opposed? All right, we stand adjourned. Thank you.